So okay, and today we continue, right? And last week we mentioned about the okay, we have to summarize a little bit about the lecture for last week, and today we start with the new trend in OM, right? And first of all, we mentioned about the trend that's trend from national focus to global focus. For example, now we see that so many FBI enterprise, they invest to Vietnam because they change their focus from their local to global environment. For example, about Samsung, their home country is in for home countries of Samsung, headquarters in Korea, right? Headquarters in Korea, and now they have a factory in Vietnam. They have factory in other countries like Malaysia or India or some other country, even in Europe and US. Toyota, it is the same. Toyota, the headquarters of Toyota is in Japan, and now they have a factory all over the world. Apple, right? Apple is US company, and his quarter is US, but the factory in China, right? They have a factory in China, and they distribute the product to the all over the world. And the factory in China, they outsource Foxconn to produce Apple, and the component they purchase from the supplier in all over the world. So you see now the global focus have a new trend, and it's happened very fast in all the country and with so many big corporations. Why? Because they rely on worldwide communication. You see that now we can communicate. Now even we are in Vietnam, we can communicate with US, with other country easily, right? And for the transportation network, and now transportation network, we see that the network have a many like a transportation modes from by ocean, right? By train, by road, right? By line, and transport and air, right? In transportation network now, even from Vietnam, we can transport our product to Europe, to Belgium by train. You see that? And with the development of multi-transportation mode, it means combination between ocean and road, a combination between air freight, air transportation, and road transportation, for example. So because of the real-life worldwide communication and transportation network, now they move from the local to the global focus. And even with Vietnam, some Vietnam enterprise, and they also expand their market, their operation to other country. Last week we gave you some example about Vinamilk, right? Vinamilk, they have home country of Vinamilk is in Vietnam, but they have a factory in Australia. For what purpose? Because they would like to attack, they would like to attack, expand the market to other country like the customer in Europe, and they would like to locate the factory in Australia to closer to the destination route. It means close to the supplier, right? The second trend, it moved from batch shipment to just-in-time performance. What is the meaning of just-in-time performance? It means whenever customer need, then they transport the product with the right quantity at the right time at the right place. So the just-in-time not only in the distribution network but also in the operation network. For example, today my factory I start to produce product, and in the morning or at the end of yesterday, the late of yesterday, they provide the component to the factory, and the whole component only keep in the warehouse for very short time, and sometimes no inventory at all. We call the just-in-time performance. Why? Because when they apply the just-in-time, we can reduce the inventory. And why we have to reduce inventory? Because of the life cycle of product now have become shorter. And cost of capital put the pressure on reducing inventory. You see that? So that's why, so now many enterprise apply just-in-time, and you see another word, lean manufacturing. That's why at the end of this lecture, at the end of this course, we have the last chapter. We study about lean manufacturing, and at that time we will talk about more about this just-in-time. This is the second trend in OM. They trend from like a large shipment to just-in-time. Okay, the next trend in OM, it trend from like now they move to supply chain partnering and collaboration. Why they have to collaborate together? I give an example. Okay, so now if you are the one retailer, okay, one retailer, and if you are retailer, you enter one supply chain of Vinamilk, for example. Vinamilk, they have a supply chain from their supplier to the manufacturer, to the factory of Vinamilk, and then the manufacturer, they produce the product and distribute to the retailers. So with the supply chain network, with the collaboration within the supply chain tier or supply chain member, so what happened? For example, I am the manufacturer and you are the retailer. I request that, okay, I request retailer, whenever you place an order, you have to send the order in advance. You have to send an order 2 weeks before you before you place actual order. And with this order, after you receive my the product, you have to pay all the money, okay, related to that order. So with that requirement in the supply chain, it means that the retailer have to place an order in advance, 2 weeks advance the actual order, right? Based on that, the manufacturer have to they don't get any risks, because for the 2 weeks they receive an order, then they prepare the production, and they also request for the retailer that, okay, you have to pay all the purchasing costs for the order. So in this case, the manufacturer also puts the risk to the retailer. So what happened of the retailer in this case? Now the retailer, they face all the risks. They have to place an order in advance, and they have to pay the money after they receive the product, no late payment. So in this case, how about the retailer? whether retailers are going to collaborate and stay a long time with the Vietnamese supply chain. No, they may find another supply chain, for example, TH2 Milk. They have a better distribution policy. For example, okay, you don't need to place an order in advance, for example. So in this case, the retailer may quit Vietnamese supply chain and they enter the TH2 Milk supply chain. That is one example. How about the collaboration in the supply chain? So with the customer they care only about, okay, whenever this supply chain provide, okay, one product with lower cost, with high quality, and with better, and they don't care about, okay, who are the distributor, and they don't care how about the supplier of the manufacturer. So in this case, the competition is not only among the tier in the supply chain. Now the competition is among the supply chain to supply chain, right? So we said that the supply chain competition requires that supplier be engaged in focus on the end user, right? On the end user. So that's why now you hear about the supply chain collaboration, supply chain outsourcing, or alliance, right? And that trend happened very fast and very strong nowadays. The next trend is trend from low cost focus to environmentally sensitive production. Green manufacturing or recycled material remanufacturing. We see that so many API, they have to concentrate on right, and because they have to follow like a global environmental regulation, because their reputation, the reputation, they also based on not only cost, not only quality, deliver, but also environment and safety. So last week we mentioned about the objective of OM, okay, with 5 words: cost, quality, delivery, environment, and safety, right? SQCED. That is the 5 objectives of OM. And the last trend, they have to concentrate on like a high ethical standard and social responsibility aspect. For example, so many like API, they have to do some CSR activity, social responsibility relation, okay, and they have the extinct like the separate department for doing CSR activity, because they have to concentrate on the like ethical standard about the social responsibility. Okay, for example, Toyota, they have a CSR department to do some like football game for children. They do some like they provide a helmet campaign, providing helmet campaign for all the Vietnamese citizens few years ago. Okay, that are some example related to the social responsibility. And with the big corporation, they concentrate on not only environmental social responsibility, they also train to the some new trend that we have mentioned about the global focus, the same time supply chain collaboration, and also some other trend, for example, about the mass customization. What is the meaning of mass customization? It means that they not only focus on the how to produce with big quantity in the shorter time, but also concentrate on individual demand. Okay, they concentrate on individual. We said that the trend is mass customization with added emphasis on quality. And as you know that now the products are becoming shorter life cycle, so they have to develop the design, how to give the rapid product development. And we talked about last week, we talked a lot about the case of Nokia and some other smartphone. Like, why Nokia 20 years ago, Nokia is #1 in the markets, in the mobile markets producer. But after that, what happened? Apple, okay, and now Oppo, Huawei, they are become like the newcomer, and they replace Nokia and Ericsson. Why? Because of the development, the product development, and how they launch the product. Now, the competition is not only in terms of quality, but also in terms of the time. Who can launch the product to the markets faster? They may be the winner, right? And one more trend, that is employer empower employee. Why they have to empower employee? They see that, okay, they see that the employee can create create some innovation idea. So if they give the motivation to the employee, empower them, then they can create more value for the organization. Okay, in summary, we see that so many trends in OM. However, we have to remember some important trends. The first one, the global focus now is very clearly, so we don't need to mention. However, the just-in-time trend is also happen, even it happened here, but now it's still a trend. The second one, the supply chain collaboration, is also the big trend and big trend in nowadays. The very important that trend, that is rapid product development and collaborative design. That is not nowadays, but also for the future. This trend still very a very hot trend, and you see that like the case of VinFast. They use they purchase the design from BMW. That is one of the collaborative design. And in the future, if VinFast would like to expand more market, and they can obtain some market share, and they can compete with other competitor. So they have to concentrate on the design, and maybe they have to use some collaborative design. Mass customization now still a very big trend, and you see that AP and so many other manufacturers, they use the mass customization like Nike and Aussie, and even with some food supply chain like Starbucks, they also can use the mass customization. With this one, I would like to explain, okay, very short, and I spend for you to discover some new trend, and you explain in the case study, okay? And the trend, some other trend like environment friendly and social responsibility also is the trend, other trend, but not clearly rare now. Nowadays, okay? So again, some trend is just-in-time performance, supply chain partnering, rapid product development is very, especially rapid product development is the big trend. We have to okay, mass customization also is big trend right now, and for some other trend is also the new trend in OM. So again, you have to understand what is meaning of global focus, just-in-time supply chain partnering, rapid product development, mass customization, empower employee and environmental sensitive production, or even ethics. Okay, so to summarize a little bit the last part of the last week, and today we move to the productivity challenge. Okay, so when we mention about the performance, we have to consider how about the productivity. Okay, last week we go to some financial report, and we discussed together about income statement, balance sheet, or finance statement. And with this report, we see some index, some performance index. For example, revenue, cost of goods sold, net profits, right? Some other costs. Okay. So that are the performance index. So how about the productivity? Whether the revenue, for example, with Vinamilk, for 1 year they got revenue with 500 billion per year. Okay, so it is productivity, high productivity or not. That is not productivity index. So today we go to see the productivity index to see what are the challenges that enterprise should emphasize on. Okay, the productivity is the ratio of output divided by the input. Okay. And again, last week we explained quite clearly about what are the output and what are the inputs of any organization. So if I request you, okay, what are the output of Vinamilk? So how do you measure? The output of Vinamilk might be measured in the number of goods produced in a year, okay? Or in another word, you can find the output, you can measure the output in terms of revenue, right? Output you can measure in terms of what? In terms of profit, right? So again, the objective we can measure in terms of two. We can measure output in terms of good. So the unit of good may be number of unit, right? Or you can measure in terms of value. How about the value? Revenue, okay, revenue, net profit, for example, right? That are some index to measure output. So how about input? How about input? Last week, now for productivity index for general, yes or no? Okay, so we said that about the productivity. The productivity equal to output divided by input, right? And with any organization, they can measure about the efficiency. How to measure the efficiency of any enterprise, any organization? We have to measure the efficiency in terms of cost. Cost productivity or cost efficiency, okay? Called P or cost E. Cost productivity or cost efficiency. How to measure? How measure cost productivity or cost efficiency? It is the same equation. We measure output divided by input. The output of the enterprise or the output of organization we can measure, okay, in terms of revenue, right? Divide by input, the cost of. Remember, do you remember last week we mentioned about this one? So the output divided by cost of goods sold. It means that $1 of cost of goods sold contribute how many dollars in revenue, right? Or we have another way to measure equal to profit divided by cost of goods sold. Right. We have a second efficiency. We can measure the second efficiency in terms of labor or in terms of capital. We call the owner in terms of capital. Remember equity.
Em nhớ
How
cô
to
như
measure?
cái cost P trên E, revenue trên cost of goods sold với bằng profit trên cost of goods sold như sai rồi.
Can you see? We can use the either revenue or we can either or profit to measure the efficiency, not equal.
Vâng.
Okay, understand? Can you see the R here? Bạn nhìn thấy cái dấu cô để chữ O ở đây không? Điều đấy có nghĩa là gì ạ? Cái công thức này nó có thể đo lường bằng một cách là dùng revenue, cách khác là dùng profit, được chưa? Để measure cái efficiency. Cái thứ hai có nghĩa là gì? 1 đồng giá vốn hàng bán thì tạo ra bao nhiêu đồng lợi nhuận cho doanh nghiệp. Cái trên thì là 1 đồng giá vốn hàng bán tạo ra bao nhiêu đồng doanh thu cho doanh nghiệp. Được chưa nhỉ? Nhớ nhìn chữ O nhé, chứ không phải là hai cái nó bằng nhau luôn đâu. Ok, được chưa em? Okay. The second performance we can measure about the owner equity. It means $1 I have in my pocket. How about revenue I can receive? How about profit I can receive? So we can take revenue by owner equity. Or we do the same? we might use the profit equation, right? We can use the equation profit divided by owner equity to measure, right? And the next efficiency we can measure based on the asset efficiency. For example, we use the factory with 3 hectares of the with 3 hectares. We build the factory with robot, and we build the smart factory, etc. That is, we invest on the assets. So how about $1 we pay for asset? How about revenue? How much we receive in revenue? Right. Asset. And the last efficiency we can measure based on the labor efficiency or labor productivity equal to revenue divided by number of that is one example. So for the efficiency, the output, you might use like a revenue, you might use profit, you might use the in terms of quantity. Okay, it's up to you that for the output. The input you can use the cost, the equity, or average assets, or number of labor resources. Okay, so it depends on the case by case. However, the efficiency we can measure based on the output divided by inputs. Okay, so now we go back to our lesson to see how about productivity challenge. It means productivity equal to output divided by input. And the objective is to improve the productivity. Okay. So how about the for the whole country? For the whole country, how about the economic system? They have an input like a labor, capital, or management. They have an output, goods and service. And how to improve the whole system? With the US economy system transform input to output about annual 2.5% increase in productivity. Okay, and how about the contribution? They increase the productivity increase is the results of mixed capital 38%, labor 10%, and management 52%. So what does it mean? It means that if we have a better management system, we can 52% in the productivity increasing. Okay, that is 2.5% increase in productivity. So how about the contribution of the input? 52% come from management, 38% come from the capital, and 10% come from labor. So that's for the whole system, US country. So how about the other? Okay, we look for some other example from real case to see how productivity can affect and how to improve the productivity. Okay, at Starbucks, they improve the productivity at Starbucks. A team of 10 analysts continually look for ways to save time. So how about some improvement? They save 8 seconds per transaction. Okay, so when they can save 8 seconds per transaction, It means they can reduce the serving time to customer. When they can reduce the serving time to customer, the productivity of the staff here can increase, because the serving time reduce, then they can serve more customer. Because the total working day, the number of hours working per day is fixed, right? They work for 8 hours, and now for each transaction they can reduce, then they can serve more customer. It means the productivity of that staff increase. Okay, so how to measure the productivity of this staff? Now we talk about if they can save 8 seconds per transaction, it means that the serving time is reduced. When serving time is reduced, then they can serve more customers per day, because the number of working hours is fixed. So how to measure the productivity of this staff? It equal to output of this staff is the number of customers, served customer per day, right? How about the input? Input, we spend 8 hours per day. So for example, this staff A, she can serve 20 customers per day. For staff B, she can serve 15 customers per day. So staff A have a higher productivity, because we measure based on the output divided by input. With the same working time, but I serve more customers, because I set the each transaction, okay, reduce the serving time for each transaction. So how do? They stop requiring signature on credit card purchase for the order below $25. That is one activity to reduce the transaction and improve the productivity. The second example for Starbucks, they save 14 seconds per drink. How do? They change the size of ice scoop. Okay, with the size of ice scoop bigger, then for one time they can save the time to prepare for each drink. Okay, they save 12 seconds per shot, because they have a new espresso machine. Okay, that are the some input, machine, okay, the working method, train the procedure, okay, that is stop requiring signature and management, right? Change the size of ice scoop, change the management methods and facility. New espresso machine also, we invest on the new facility. So with all these methods, all these activity, we train the input, right? We train input and we get higher output. That is one example of Starbucks. So how about the Starbucks? They improve the operation improvement have Starbucks increase yearly revenue per outlet, per one shop per outlet by $200,000 to $940,000 in 6 years. It means they can increase the 27%. Excuse me, wait me for 1 minute. Yeah. So again, productivity equal to unit produced divided by input used. Okay. With the productivity, we can measure the process improvement. Okay. We represent the output relative to input. Okay. We have a two calculate the productivity. First, we can use the single factor with the single factor. Okay. For example, single factor productivity equal to unit produced divided by labor hour used. For example, here we have in 250 days or 250 hours, we can produce 1000 units. So the productivity equal to 4 units per labor hour. It means 1 labor hour we can produce 4 units. That is the single factor. How about the multi-factor productivity? Multi-factor productivity, now we have a multi-factor. So we have to convert the different factor in the same unit. We use the use value. Now we change all the factor to the value in terms of value. For example, labor, the salary paid for labor. We have to pay the material cost. We have to cost, capital cost, and other costs. Okay, and output, we can measure the output in terms of revenue, in terms of profits, or in terms of quantity, how many products. So we have one example to see, to make the how to make like a clear the calculation between single factor and multi-factor. So here we have one system with 4 staff work 8 hours per day, and output, these workers, they can produce 8 times per day. And we have to pay the salary for these workers, and we have to pay the overhead or management cost, $400 per day. So how about single factor productivity? Okay, how to calculate single factor productivity? Việt Anh.
Dạ có ạ.
How to calculate the single factor productivity?
Cô chuyển lại cái
slide
slide giúp em ạ.
Okay. Yes. How to calculate the single factor productivity? Single factor is only one factor. Yeah, we have here.
Không 0,25.
Okay, we have 8 title per day is output, right? And 4 worker multiply with 8 hours per day. So we have to pay. We have spent 32 labor hour. So with the single factor is equal to 0.25 title per labor hour. How about multi-factor? Xuân Anh. Multi-factor. How to calculate the multi-factor?
Dạ vâng, cô đợi em một chút.
Okay, so thank you Xuân Anh. How about Lan Anh? Can you? Lan Anh? Lan Anh, are you in the class? No? Okay. Lan Anh, how about Trinh?
Em đây ạ.
Yeah, so how to calculate the multi-factor productivity? Multi-factor, it means that now we have a many factor we combine together to measure the productivity. For single factor, we use only one factor, that is the labor hour, number of labor hour. For multi-factor, so what are the factors? How many factors are there?
2 ạ.
What are they?
This is payroll cost and overhead.
Correct. Okay, payroll cost and overhead cost. Okay, good. Payroll cost and overhead cost. So we have the output. We still have 8 title per day, but multi-factor we have a payroll cost and overhead cost. So how about the calculation? The calculation here we have equal to, okay, the number of sorry, okay, this one, multi-factor equal to 8 times per day divided by payroll cost plus overhead cost, right? Then we can calculate the O like a multi-factor productivity. That is for all system, we create 8 times per day. But after the improvement, they change some management methods, they change some system, okay? They invest on some like automatic system, they invest on some, they change some working methods. Then overhead costs increase to $800 per day, and they got the output also increased to 14 times per day as well. So how about the new productivity? For the single productivity is equal to 14 divided by 32 hours. For multi-factor, it equal to 14 divided by 640 plus 800. Okay. So you see, with the new productivity, with the new system, when we increase the output and we increase the input as well. However, the percentage of increasing in output higher than the increasing in input, then our total productivity is still higher than the old multi-factor. Okay, this is the same we do for single factor. The single factor also we see only one label productivity, and we see the second one we increase the productivity. Okay, so that is one example for the productivity calculation with single factor and multi-factor productivity. Okay, so how about the measurement problem? First of all, we have to consider about the quality may change while the quantity of input and output remain constant. For example, when we change the input, okay, our input and output may keep remain, but quality might increase because we have some improvement in our operation, right? So not mean that when we change output, when input and output, it means that the quality unchanged. Quality may change because we have some improvement in our management methods. So in this case, when we calculate about the productivity may keep the same, but the quality can increase. So in this case, we see that our system have a better or have some improvement. Because in the operation we have some objective, quality, cost, delivery, environment, and safety. So quality is among the objective of the operation management. Some other external element may cause the increase or decrease in productivity. For example, in COVID-19 pandemic, the external elements is the disease, the COVID-19 effect to the decreasing in productivity. Okay, precise unit of measure may be lacking. We don't have a precise unit for whole situation, and for the different situation we use the different unit. Okay, in some case we use the good, the number of product produced divided by total cost. In another case, we might use revenue divided by total cost. So we don't have a precise unit. We don't have a common productivity unit for all the situation. It depends on case by case. However, for productivity, just remember the equation for productivity equal to output divided by input. For the output might be measured based on the quantity or value. The input also. Input might be measured in terms of quantity or value. Okay. Again, about the productivity variables. And we said that from the first example of productivity challenge in US, we see that the management can contribute about 52% of annual increase in productivity. The capital contribute for 38% and labor contribute for 10%. So if we have a good management system and we have some improvement in the management system, then we can contribute the highest percent in productivity management. Okay. So how about the key variables for improve the labor productivity? So first of all, we have to apply some education, okay, for increasing the productivity. So first of all, we can apply some education for labor force, okay. And we also apply some some policy for labor force. For example, about the not only the training, but also we have to push the labor force to change their working style based on the standardized, or they have to follow the instruction to improve the productivity. Okay. And nowadays improve the productivity, and you heard about total productivity improvement is one of the terms that we have to emphasize on, especially for some developing country like Vietnam. We have to improve the productivity. Comparing with other countries, the Vietnam productivity is not really high. So that's why we said that we have to improve the productivity. Okay. For other part, I think, for example, for the other part, you can look at our handout for the example for service productivity. For example, like with the service, we have to invest on the training, because in the service the labor play for the very important role in productivity, because in service the use labor in service much more than the production, more than the manufacturing. So that's why we have to some policy on labor intensive. Okay. And because of the service is unique, and for the different customer and different with different customer, we have a different design. So that's why in the service we focus on unique or individual design, individual objective of customer. And in the service, it's difficult to recognize. It means that if we would like to increase the productivity, we face the difficulty in the service industry if we apply the mechanized. Okay. And in the service industry, it's quite difficult to evaluate the quality, because for different customers, they have a different expectation and they have a different evaluation. So that's why in service, when we would like to increase the productivity in service industry, we have to apply the different methods. For example, with the Taco Bell, that is the example for restaurant. They improve based on the revised menu. They design the meal for easy preparation. They ship some preparation to supplier, and they relay out the restaurant, and they apply some automation. Okay. Like a kichi, they use the automation area to supply food to customers, for example, and they have to apply some training and employee empowerment to improve the productivity. Okay. And with the some improvement in Taco Bell, they also get some like results. They can reduce the preparation time. It means reduce the setup time for per meal, and they can increase the span management, span of control. They can reduce the labor. They can give the lower cost to customer. That are some example when they apply the productivity improvement in service. And the last thing with the chapter number 1, we said that even now we have to concentrate on the cost, quality. We have to concentrate on the delivery. We have to improve the productivity, and with the operation, we have to also face some challenge. Meet the customer demand with higher quality, lower cost, with faster delivery, and we have to also how to develop and produce safe, right, and maintain the clean environment, provide a safe working place, and honoring our community commitment. That are some ethic and social responsibility. So with that one, again, for the some objective, OM objective. Okay. What are the objective of OM? S, Q, C, E, D, right? And S is safety. That's we safety. Okay. quality, cost, environment, okay, and delivery. Okay, try to remember these 5 keywords that are the objective of the OM. With the whole thing we did introduce from the first chapter to now, we try to improve the operation management to reach the higher objective. What are the objectives in OM? Safety, quality, cost, environment, and delivery. Okay, so we take now 3:30 and we take break for 10 minutes. Okay, and after the break you can make a question. Vâng ạ. Vâng chị vâng. À đấy, là vì cái lớp đấy là vì từ cái thằng Thiết đăng ký đến cái lúc mà nó đăng ký đến cái lúc mà xét tốt nghiệp ấy, thế là nó hiểu nhầm cái chỗ là môn thiếu, bởi vì là trong cái nhóm thiếu tín chỉ của nó ấy. Thế là nó về nó mới trao đổi với bọn lớp, mà cái lớp này là đã giải thích bao nhiêu lần rồi. Thế là thấy thằng Thiết nói vụ đấy cái, thế là chúng nó sợ quá, chúng nó táo hỏa lên là vì đăng ký thiếu. Thế nhưng có phải là thằng Thiết đăng ký thiếu đâu. Thế là chúng nó đăng ký xong rồi có một cái thằng chiều nay nó mới gọi cho em là chúng nó lớp nó sau khi mà nghe thằng Thiết là vụ đăng ký thiếu đấy không được xét tốt nghiệp, thì là chúng nó thi nhau đăng ký thêm một cái môn văn hóa kinh doanh. Xong rồi thì đến khi mà nó hỏi lại em thì em đã bảo là cô đã giải thích từ đầu rồi là các bạn cứ theo đúng chương trình đào tạo, chứ tại sao lại đi nghe bạn Thiết giải thích trường hợp của bạn Thiết rồi đi tự mình đăng ký. Là bây giờ chúng nó mới xin là hủy, bởi vì nó đăng ký thừa. Đấy. Thế ạ? Em tưởng là những hủy lớp đấy là vẫn là ở viện mình hủy được chị. Ừ. Dạ. Ờ. Vâng. 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 Thế đây. Em đã cho chúng nó, em đã dặn chúng nó, em đã gửi cho cái đường link ở trên CTT này rồi đấy. Em bảo là vào đây, ở trong này có đầy đủ thông tin rồi, đọc đi. Xong bắt đầu là trong lúc em dạy là cứ nhắn tin chíu chíu vào, bây giờ là phải tự đọc xong rồi tự nghiên cứu và gửi đi thôi, chứ còn cô đang dạy trên lớp thì cô không trả lời được đâu. Đấy là vì từ cái vụ thằng Tiết đấy là nó thấy là nó về nó loan tin với cả lớp là đăng ký như thế là bị thiếu môn, thiếu tín chỉ, nó không được tốt nghiệp thế này thế kia. Thế là bọn nó sợ quá, chúng nó thi nhau thấy có cái môn văn hóa, thế là đăng ký vào một cái. Đăng ký thì bây giờ xong giải thích lại thì nó lại thành từ thừa. Thế là lại thi nhau xin rút. Mệt hết cả người còn phải. Em hướng dẫn nó thì là cái đấy là cũng đăng ký đến, gửi đến đạt phòng đào tạo chứ cũng không phải gửi đến chị, đúng không ạ? Vâng, theo đúng. Vâng. Ừ, vâng. Thế còn còn viện, tại vì là sẽ có những cái lúc mà viện xử lý được ấy, thì ví dụ như là viện mình thì sẽ chỉ có là lớp đông quá thì là gửi lên viện thì là viện xử lý được. Còn rút riếc các thứ hoặc là ấy thì là đều phải ở trên phòng đào tạo hết. Dạ vâng, thế để em lại nhắc lại chúng nó. Thế đến khổ quá về bọn nó. Cô Hồng cũng khổ. Hello. Okay, so we go back to our class. On Teams, I upload some document. There are some documents, some important you have to look into. First of all, about the course syllabus. Okay. On the course syllabus, I would like to remind you again. Last week already, but today I have to remind you about the course syllabus. In the course syllabus, we have course plans, okay, course lesson plan, and in the lesson plan we have we have the content, we have a session or week, content, activity, reading, and presentation. So please pay attention to the presentation. That we have two presentations for each group. The first presentation, that is a case study, case presentation. Okay, I would like to share again my screen. Can you see? Yeah, that is lesson plan. Okay. On the last column, we have a presentation. The presentation, so for each group, we have two presentations. The first presentation is about like a small presentation, brief presentation about case study from the book. I also upload the book Chase, Jacob, and Aquilino. Okay. For group number 1, next week, section number 3 is next week. You have one presentation. How about the group 1 presentation? You present about case fast food fit. How to find the case fast food fit on the book. On the book, chapter number 1, we have the case names. Okay. For example, let's open the book. This one. This is chapter 2 already, okay? Okay, for example, let's okay, this one, for example, this case study for group number 2, case Lesix version corporation, okay, and for group number 1, you will read the case study. Okay, here, CMAC case. Activity. Okay, where CMAC to we have a many case here. Okay. For example, for the case number 1, you will investigate. Okay, there's a very short case study. Fast food fit. Okay, this is the case for group number 1 here. Case fast food fit. Okay, so you have to read the case study, right? You have to read the case study and you present the understanding to answer this question. And from this question, how about like the understanding about the chapter number 1, for example, about the operation management. How about the the meaning of the operation management? Why we have to answer this question and answer this question to give us weak information. Okay, so that is the one example for the presentation for group number 1. So group number 1, you have to look at like a session number 3, it means week number 3. Next week, you have to present case study. And with each case study, for each group, we present, okay, the presentation for 5 to 7 minutes or maximum 10 minutes, okay, maximum 10 minutes. And after that, we might have some short Q&A related to the case study. The next week, okay, next week, there's a week number 4, group number 2 will present the case about CMAP, for example, okay. So for this one, course syllabus, I upload to Teams already, and based on that one, each group can, okay, know when we have a presentation. Okay. Group number 3, case custom fabricator. Okay, for example, so here we have a 10 group in our class. We have a 10 group, and each group have to read the case from the book and prepare the presentation and make the presentation on our class for every class. For each class, we have a 2 sections. First, the presentation. From next week to week 11, we have a lecture. On the lecture, we might have some example exercise and have a thought presentation as well. This is a short presentation. And at the end, we have a case study for like a bigger project for everyone, for all the group. For bigger project, I may discuss with you few more weeks, and I will introduce how to develop the case study for the big project of all the group. Okay, so activity in the class, as we mentioned from the beginning, we have a few activity. We have a class participation and exercise. From chapter number 3 to chapter number 7, we have an exercise. For chapter number 1 and chapter number 2, some like a general introduction. So we don't have an exercise for chapter number 1 and chapter number 2. However, from chapter 3 to chapter 7, we have an exercise. So we have one grading activities based on the class participation and exercise. The second one, we have a mid-exam. And we have a third activity is group collaboration and presentation. And we have a final exam. So that are some like a grading system of our class. For each lesson, for the lesson plan, we have all 15 weeks. So what are the activities? So I read out on the lesson plan. You can refer more detail in the file on the team, okay? Okay. Are there any questions related to chapter number 1 about general introduction about the operation management?
I have two questions about OM objective.
Okay, please.
Can you give example information about environment to me understand this appear in OM objective? I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Thái Dương, right? Thái Dương have a question about the objective in terms of environment. Okay. So for example, about the environmental issue, whether this company applies some some regulation. For example, ISO 14000. ISO 14000 is one of the environmental certificates for the company who follow the environmental issue. Okay, that is one example. The second environmental issue, how they reuse, reduce, and recycle material, right? Percentage of material are reused. Okay. How about the reduce the non-recycled material? Okay, you see some now so many company they said that okay, with my company we don't use the plastic bag. Okay, that is one of the something related to environmental issue. Okay, is this okay, Thái Dương? So in terms of environmental issue, the company they can follow some international standard. For example, ISO 14000. And the second one, they have some activity, how to reduce the waste, how to reuse the material, and how to recycle material policy in the organization. Okay.
Okay. Next question about why the not speed or flexible operation appear in OEM objective?
Speed?
Yes.
You mean, okay, speed, that is in the delivery.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, good question, Thái Dương. Okay, now, Hải Đăng, you have a question about about the group. Okay, I have a group already. I decide the group already. Okay, let's see. How about the group number? For example, here. Okay, so this is group number. Okay. Yeah. And after today, right after we finish our class, I will upload the file on the team as well. So based on that one, you can go to file group number 1. For example, here are the member for group number 1. Okay, and if you go to the group number 10, for example, you can look to the group number 10. So I will short and do the filter to give you who are the member for group number 1. Okay, for example, these are the member for group number 10 who are in the group number 7. So I will give you, okay, because the group member are randomly select, and I would like all the members to work with the different group, because with the different group we have a different personality and with different working way. So try to make friends and work with the different group. Okay. Any other question?
Cô ơi, cô thể up lên luôn được không ạ? Để cho bọn em sớm làm quen luôn được không ạ?
Bây giờ đang học thì làm quen, cần gì làm quen. Đợi cuối giờ cô dành cho hẳn 10 đến 10 phút, 15 phút làm quen, được chưa? Cuối giờ cô sẽ dành cho hẳn 10 phút làm quen. Rồi, sẽ có danh sách nhóm. Cô kiểm tra lại một chút, hình như đang có nhóm hơi đông quá. Cô kiểm tra lại một chút xíu và cuối giờ cô sẽ cho hẳn 10 phút làm quen. Và sẽ có tất cả các bạn lúc đấy các bạn sẽ dành thời gian. Thứ nhất, mở cái syllabus ra, xem lại cái syllabus. Được chưa nhỉ? Bởi vì khi mình có rõ cái plan, okay, 5 objective, 5 function của một người làm leader, manager, đó chính là gì? Đó chính là phải có plan. Khi chúng ta biết được plan thì các bạn hãy đọc kỹ cái course syllabus. Các bạn sẽ biết là tuần nào nhóm mình phải trình bày. Okay. Nhóm mình sẽ làm việc với ai, được chưa? Rồi. Mình sẽ làm việc với ai, mình sẽ build up cái team như thế nào, và mình sẽ assign cái duty cho từng thành viên trong nhóm như thế nào, đúng không? Mình tổ chức cái nhóm của mình như thế nào, được chưa? Các bạn sẽ có khá nhiều hoạt động làm việc với nhau. Các bạn sẽ có là gì? Ở trên lớp thì cô vừa có đưa cái grading system rồi đấy. Các bạn sẽ có bài tập này, các bạn sẽ có thi giữa kỳ này, các bạn sẽ có phần trình bày này, và tuần nào cũng sẽ có nhóm trình bày suốt từ tuần 3 đến tuần thứ 10. Được chưa nhỉ? Từ tuần 3 đến tuần 11. Tuần nào cũng sẽ có nhóm trình bày, và chúng ta thời gian trình bày cái case đấy thì chúng ta sẽ dành thời gian ngắn thôi, không dành quá nhiều. Thế thì đấy là một hoạt động trong mỗi buổi. Thì trong mỗi buổi đấy chúng ta sẽ có phần trình bày case mà các bạn đọc case. Bởi vì thông qua cái phần đọc case đấy các bạn cũng sẽ là cơ hội để các bạn review lại những cái phần gọi là đọc lướt những cái phần kiến thức ở trên. Bởi vì trong mỗi một cái chương đấy thì cái cuốn sách mà cô đưa các bạn với nội dung cái bài giảng, cái outline thì nó rất là gần nhau, được chưa nhỉ? Đó, chỗ nào thì mình chưa hiểu thì mình có thể xem lại ở trong sách. Đó, thì cũng là một cái cách để chúng ta học thêm, đúng không? Đó, thì cái buổi đấy các bạn sẽ phải present. Rồi sau đó các bạn sẽ có những cái tuần để làm việc cái group, tức là cái big project. Với môn học này có bài tập lớn, vì vậy chúng ta sẽ phải làm một cái big project. Cái project đấy thì nó sẽ là được phát triển với cái yêu cầu cao hơn so với cái case presentation, được chưa nhỉ? Còn cái group project đấy thì cô sẽ đưa cái yêu cầu sau. Do đó là đến cuối buổi ngày hôm nay sẽ dành thời gian cho các bạn xem, để các bạn có thể build up cái team, và các bạn trao đổi sơ bộ về cái kế hoạch các bạn làm việc. Đặc biệt nhóm số 1, nhóm số 1 thì tuần sau đã bắt đầu rồi, được chưa? Okay, any question?
Không ạ.
Okay, so if now we go to chapter number 2, okay? Okay, chapter 2, operations strategy in a global environment. So with this chapter, we don't have exercise 2. However, chapter number 2 will introduce to us, okay? How about the global environment? So with this one, we will go to see how about the global view of operation. And for any enterprise, we have to develop the mission and strategy to see, and after that we see the link between, okay, we see the link between organization or enterprise strategy, and how about the division strategy and division mission. The division here is mean the OM division. As you know, in any organization, we have OM division, marketing division, finance division, for example. Okay, so we would like to see detail how about OM division relation in the strategies with the enterprise mission and enterprise strategies. Okay, and after that we will go to detail how about the competitive advantage through operation, how operation can reduce and can have in the differentiation, how about the make the increase the competitive advantage in terms of cost or response. Okay, and how about 10 OM decision effect to the OM strategy. Okay, that are the some content related to the issue global environment. And after that, we go to the some 4 important global operations strategy option. For example, about international strategies, multi-domestic strategy, global strategy, and transnational strategies. So that are the some important issue related to global environment. And for this chapter, I will go very fast. And if you have any, you would like to go to the detail, you can look for the chapter number 2 on the book Chase, Jacob, and Aquilino. Okay, on the handout we see there are so many example related to multinational corporation. For example, about Philips Electronics, the home country in New Zealand. Okay, the home country in New Zealand. And how about the sale outside home country? 94%. It means only 6% they get revenue from New Zealand, and 94% come from other country. Okay, and how about the assets outside home country? 89%, and 82% of foreign workforce. Okay, you see, for example, about the case of Nestle. Nestle also, the home country is in Switzerland, and all the sale and assets and foreign workforce almost 100% come from other country, not Switzerland. Okay, Siemens, that is German, the home country in Germany, and they have a sale almost 50% from the other country outside Germany, and they have a 38% the foreign workforces. Okay, Unilever also. Unilever now they got 95% from other country, not Britain and New Zealand. Okay, 70% assets of the company is in other country, and they use 64% of foreign workforce. So you see, on some multinational corporation, IBM also, and Gillette, Honda, you see, okay, and Citicorp, that is bank, Colgate, Palmolive also is USA company, you see. Okay, so based on some multinational corporation, you see that how about the global environment in those company. And how about the Vietnamese company? Vietnamese company now, some of the company like the biggest company like Vinamilk, Viettel, FPT, example, they also expand their markets to other country. Okay, that is the trend. And this is one example about Boeing supplier. Boeing, they have the supplier in all over the world. Okay, from France, Germany, and UK, Italy, Japan, China, etc. So with these product, with this component, they purchase the component from many countries in the world. So you see that with the supply chain from upstream to downstream. For the downstream, they have the customer revenue return, and they have a distribution network in all over the world. And for the upstream also, they use the supplier from many other countries. So you see the global environment in those countries, in those companies are very clearly. So why they have to change to the trend of globalization? There are some several reasons to globalize. First of all, reduce the cost. That is very clearly example how to why they move their operation to other country to reduce the cost. For example, Samsung, they locate the factory in Hanoi, in Thái Nguyên, in Bắc Ninh, and in general in Vietnam, in China, because in India, because of the reducing cost. They get the some motivation from the government. Okay, they got some incentive like a tax or tariff incentive. And with those countries, like a developing country like Vietnam or India, we have a lower labor cost. So that's why when some of the big corporation, multinational corporation, they move activity to other country because they want to reduce cost. The second one, they want to improve the supply chain. Okay, you see like the case of the Boeing. They have a factory, they have a supplier in many countries. For example, Toyota, they have a factory in Vietnam, and Vietnam, so many suppliers from Thailand, China, okay, and some other supporting industries, supporting supplier also in Vietnam as well. So they want to improve the supply chain, not only for upstream but also for downstream, to expand the markets, the selling market. Okay, provide better good and service. Okay, and understand markets. Last week we made an example about the case of Vinamilk or FPT. They would like to expand the market to other countries because they would like to understand more about the customer at that destination, to understand the markets. And of course, they would like to learn to improve the operation or attract some retain global talent. From the top to down, some region from tangible to intangible. For example, about learn to improve the operation is not really much. Learn to improve the operation may be the case of FPT. They expand the operation to Japan, Australia. They would like to learn to improve the operation. However, some other big corporation, maybe they concentrate on reduce costs. They improve the supply chain. For example, last 2 years, Donald Trump, when ex-president Donald Trump, he went to China, and he had a discussion with China president. So at that moment, they may think about, okay, the US may locate the factory like a Boeing in China, because they would like to improve the Boeing supply chain. That is one example, okay? And attract and retain global talent. many big corporations, like in terms of computer and IT, they locate the factory or they locate the enterprise in India, because in India they have a one city. There are many like talents in IT industry. Okay. And now in Singapore, many companies they expand their activity and locate the operation in Singapore, because they would like to retain some global talent in the field of finance, for example. Okay, so there are so many regions to globalize. So we think that, we understand that with some big corporation, they would like to reduce costs, improve the supply chain, and provide better good and service, and understand market. With some other, they move to globalize, because they would like to improve the operation and attract some global talent. Okay, so for the detail, how to reduce costs, how to attract talent, or how to improve the supply chain, you can look detail into the handout. Here we have some example for the reducing costs. For example, after they have enter some globalization. For example, for the case Vietnam, we enter WTO, we enter APEC, we enter like some EVFTA, okay, to expand our market, right? To expand the markets, and also the some other company or enterprise can enter the Vietnam market, and also Vietnam enterprise can enter some other markets without the barrier from the taxes and some regulation barrier. Okay. How to improve the supply chain? Please look at the example here, because we give so many examples related to improve the supply chain. Okay, provide better good and service as well, understand market, improve the operation. Okay, retain the global talent. Okay. So with this one, why the reason why they move to globalization or change to globalization? Because of some region. Okay, for the detail, for the region, you can look to the handout. Okay, so the second content of this chapter, we go to see how about the mission and strategy, and the link between mission and strategy of the enterprise, and mission and strategy of division. Okay, the mission, the difference between mission is and strategy is, mission statement tell an organization where it is going. Okay, I would like to be a hero. Okay, that is mission. How to be hero, and how to be the way to become a hero. So that is strategy. The strategy tells the organization how to get there. Okay. Samsung, 30 years ago, Samsung, they are the non-well-known. They were the non-well-known corporation in the world, but now they are the number 4 in the biggest corporation in the world. So how about the mission? They would like to be the number 2 corporation in the world. That is mission. So how about the strategy? They should make the strategy to see clearly how they get the mission. Okay. For example, the strategy in terms of semiconductor, they have a strategy in terms of the home food home application, for example, manufacturer, etc. So how about as we mentioned before, we mentioned about mission and and strategies. So we read one example about the FIDEC. Okay, we read some example about few enterprise. For example, FIDEC. FIDEC is committed to our pupil service, profit, philosophy. We will produce outstanding financial return to providing total, reliable, competitively superior global air ground transportation of high priority goods and document that require certain time delivery. Okay, you see, we will produce outstanding financial return by providing total, reliable, competitively superior, right? Okay, that are the mission. Equally important, positive control packets will be maintained using real-time each-other. Okay, this one is the mission. And how about the strategy? Okay, let's look at with equally important, positive control of each package will be maintained using real-time electronic tracking and tracing system. Okay, this content that is the strategy to provide for total, reliable, for every time customer can trust on the service of FIDEC. Customer can track and trace all the delivery process to see when the product will reach the destination and where the product or where the good is in the delivering policy in the while delivery. Okay, a complete record of shipment. Okay, complete record of shipment when represented with our request for payment. Okay. Example, so that is the mission and strategies of FIDEC to give the customer clearly about where they want to reach. They want to be the number one in the express delivery. And how to reach this mission? They provide some like a tracking system. They provide some records to all customers, right? And will be helpful, courteous, and professional to each other and the public. Okay, for example, that is the mission of FIDEC. Okay, let's see. Match also is the same. They give very clearly mission of Match is to provide society with superior products and services, innovation and solutions that improve the quality of life and satisfy customer needs. Okay, that is the mission. Hard Rock Cafe also, they give some mission, spread the spirit of rock and roll in delivering an exceptional entertainment and dining experience. Okay, and so many other. So what are the factors might affect your mission? First of all, they have a philosophy and value. For different enterprise, they have a different philosophy and value. Okay. How about their expectation, like the profitability and growth, might affect the mission? About the environment, about the customer and public image, may affect to the mission of the company. Okay, we look at to the case of the FedEx. Okay, they would like to go back to the case of FedEx. Okay, how about the for example, customer? Yeah. We will produce outstanding financial return by providing total reliable, completely superior, global air ground transportation of high priority good document, and they enable all the customer can be trusted to the service of company. So the factor effect to the company, that is the company philosophy. The company philosophy is pure service profit philosophy. You see, that is the philosophy. The philosophy might affect to the philosophy and value affect to the mission of FedEx. And they would like you to give all the customer with the tracking and chasing system. They provide to the customer with some like a profitability, and they give some like a better public image of the FedEx, and they have some gift like they have a better environmental issue. With this, how effective bring the benefit to the society. So we see the link between the company mission and operation management mission. How about the link between company and operation? Of course, operation management mission should follow strictly company mission. Company to produce and service innovative, grow and profitable worldwide microwave communication business. That exceeds our customer expectation. That is the company mission. So how about OM mission? Produce product consistent with company mission as the worldwide low-cost manufacturer. They would like to concentrate on the low-cost manufacturer. You see? So, of course, OM mission should follow company mission, right? With the OM mission, we have a 10 decision, 10 OM decision. So, with the 10 OM decision, we can have, with the 10 OM decision, can have the department mission. For example, product design, to design product and produce the product service with outstanding quality and inherent customer value. For the process design, to determine and design, produce the production process and equipment that will be compatible with low-cost product, high quality and good quality of work-life at economical cost. That are the some mission of the OM department and company mission. So we see that there are 10 OM decisions. So with 10 OM decisions, we can contribute to the OM department mission. And you see that from company mission, we have a functional area mission. Here we have an OM department mission. And from the functional department mission, we have here operation department mission. With the OM department, we have a 10 decision. So we spread out our mission to the department, and from department we spread out to the other smaller team, smaller group of OM. So as you know, strategy is action plan to achieve the mission. Of course, when we build up the strategy to increase the competitive, and with the competitive, we can based on the differentiation. We can compete with each other based on the cost leader. We can compete with each other based on the response. Okay, let's look at some example. First of all, how about iPhone? Okay, how about iPhone, Apple? What strategies they are based on for increasing the higher competitiveness? We have a 3 case study: iPhone, Apple, Walmart, and Tiki. So what strategy these companies are using for increase the competitive advantage? First of all, with Apple, what strategy are they using? How about Trường Minh? How's that?
Cô hỏi được không?
Yes. Okay, please. What do you want to ask? I ask you a question, and then you ask me again what the question is, right?
Yes.
Okay, who can help me? I don't want to repeat my question because it seems that I talk with my computer, and whenever I make a question for you and you ask me again, then I have to repeat my question. Okay, who can help Trường Minh to repeat my question? How about you, Thế Nam? Thế Nam, are you there? No, absent. Okay. Quốc Khánh. Quốc Khánh, are you there? No. Okay, Thu Hằng, how about you?
Yes, I'm here. I don't remember the question.
Okay, so just now I have a very simple question to all of you. Okay, who remember my question? The click to here. Who do you remember? Question.
Câu hỏi cô là
Just
what
raise your hand. Okay, you, Trường, you want to say something?
Your question is what strategy Apple use?
Okay, very good, Trường. Okay,
Trường.
so how do you say?
I think Apple is using the first strategy, which is differential.
Very good. Okay. Yeah. Actually, Apple, they based on the differentiation strategy. Okay, because their each product they have a different, unique, like from the first brand name, first model. When they enter the market, okay, they enter the smartphone market. They provide, okay, from Nokia, very stupid phone, and they change to smartphone. So that is the differentiation, okay? And the U, okay, someone Cao Hiếu, he mentioned about the iOS system. Very good, okay? Okay, So Doãn Trường, right? Doãn Trường and Hiếu. You click on the second, which company it is? You are Doãn Trường Minh or Doãn Trường?
Phạm Doãn Trường Minh ạ.
Okay. Yeah. Good. So, thank you, Trường Minh. How about second company, Walmart? Who can answer the second question for the Walmart? What is the strategy that Walmart using? Do you know Walmart? Walmart also is very famous case in the world. How about Duy Thông?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, teacher, I don't really know about Walmart.
So, I ask you a question about Tiki, Vietnamese company. Okay, no answer. Yes, so I would like to invite other students. How about you, Phương Anh? Phương Anh, are you in the class?
I'm here.
Yes. Okay. So you can select any company that you would like to answer. For example, Tiki or Walmart.
I think it's the web for people shopping. I don't know the answer. Sorry.
How about you, Nguyễn Phương Anh? You are Lê Phương Anh, right? So how about Nguyễn Phương Anh?
Yes, I'm here. I know one is the strategy of Walmart that they keep the price low. I think they minimize the operation costs to keep the price low as much as possible.
Well, okay, good. Okay, good. So actually, okay, Jing, you that have using Google, okay? Very easy to using Google, okay? Google with the like Jing she mentioned, according to Google, okay? Walmart is the cost leadership. So the strategy of Walmart is based on the cost, okay? Reducing cost. And so strategy of Walmart is cost leadership, okay? Lương Thế Lâm, you want to answer? How about Tiki?
Yes. So I have the same opinion with Trinh that some Walmart or Shopee or Tiki they use the price or cost leadership because they have many competitive in their areas, and also Walmart is a really enormous company in the US, and on the other hand, I believe that one of the main rules they use to competitive is the response principle, because I think that Walmart or Shopee, they all are the really big company in their areas, and according to my knowledge, they really take advantage of their data, and they use data to respond to the many aspects of the company, like the amount of product or the seasonal product also, and yeah, that is my opinion. They also use the response rule.
Okay. Actually, with some case of Tiki, Lazada, or Shopee, they are like a launching market, like a entering market periods in product life cycle. Okay, with the e-commerce in Vietnam, actually e-commerce now they are in the first period, the first stage of product life cycle. So actually, when they would like to enter the market and they would like to train the customer behavior, train from traditional shopping to e-commerce shopping, so they have to use some like a promotion campaign, free the actually give the free transportation cost, etc. Actually, they would like to enter the market and train the customer behavior. So with the Tiki, we mentioned that they based on the low cost strategy is not really, because at the beginning, all the Tiki or Lazada, they would like to enter the market and they would like to get the market share. So they would like to give you the promotion campaign to advertise to the customer. So actually with the Tiki case, we can compare with at the beginning with the same other company in Vietnam, like Walmart. With the compare with Tiki, compare with Lazada, or compare with the Shopee. So Tiki, they concentrate on the speed at the same level. They compare at the same level, at the same state, so they would like to increase the speed, right? 2 hours of delivery, for example. So actually the strategy of the Tiki is not really like clearly at the moment. However, they concentrate on, for the Tiki, they would like to concentrate on the not only the quality, but also the speed, right? And again, one more, when we look at some like other, like a Vietnam Airlines and Vietnam Airlines and Vietjet, okay, you see very clearly different between Vietjet and Vietnam Airlines. For Vietjet, they concentrate on the low cost strategy. Okay, for Vietnam Airlines, they concentrate on the differentiation. Okay, of course, 100% they concentrate on only differentiation. Is not really. They have to, okay, they would like to expand their market share. Okay. They don't concentrate on high-end customer. They also concentrate on the low-end customer. And now Vietnam Airlines, they also have to train their strategy. Okay, they reduce the cost, they cut some costs. Before they have some like a meal, they have some like a extra service for in Vietnam Airlines, but now they also cut off some of these service and they close, they change to the low cost strategy. However, with Vietnam Airlines, the big strategy is still on the differentiation. It means give some experience, good experience to any customer. Okay. That are some example about the strategy of some corporation. Okay. So depend on the situation, depend on the case. Walmart based on the cost leadership, Apple based on the differentiation. Okay. Some of the high brand name, okay, big brand name, they based on the differentiation. Okay. Louis Vuitton, they based on what? Differentiation. Okay. How about the like BMW, they based on the differentiation. However, on Hyundai like a Hyundai car, they based on the cost leadership example. Okay. And how about the response? The response depend on the case by case and depend on the period. They have a different strategy. Okay. And now so many enterprise, they concentrate on the mixed strategy, not only differentiation but also cost leadership and response. For example, Vietnam Airlines now they concentrate on both differentiation and cost leadership. And for like a Tiki, they based on like a response and cost leadership, right? For example. And like the case for the example of Vietnam, like a supermarket, like Big C. How about the Big C? Big C based on the cost leadership. Okay, that are some example of strategy of some corporation, some enterprise. So we see that here we also have a many example for the case, some other case like Walmart, Disney, they concentrate on the differentiation because each product of Disney, they have a different film and video about the like a unique product, unique service of Walmart. Okay, Walmart, we see here Walmart is more overhead, shrinkage and distribution cost to reduce, so they concentrate on the cost. Okay, cost strategy. Southeast Airlines in US, they also concentrate on the cost. Okay. Some they compete by the response. For example, about the institutionalization AP, they they provide the flexibility in matching market chain and in design innovation and volume. That is the case of Elite Package AP, right? That are some example for the Motorola. Motorola is now quite not a big brand name anymore. However, before they concentrate on like a response. Okay. So how about 10 OM decision contribute to strategy? You see, we have a 10 OM decision from the product design, quality, process, location, layout, okay, human resource, supply chain, inventory, scheduling, and maintenance. They concentrate with these 10 OM decision, how the 10 OM decision contribute to strategies beyond differentiation, response, and cost leadership. Okay. For example, we have some example. Okay, HB ability to lead in the design. Okay, they change the design and give the high volume to the market, right? So that they based on the response, right? Southeast Airlines, no train service. They would like to concentrate on low cost strategy. It means cost leadership, right? And Pizza Hut 5-minute guarantee at lunchtime, they concentrate on the speed. And some other like gà tươi Mạnh Hoạch, they have mentioned only 9 minutes for waiting. That also concentrate on the speed, right? Etc. So we have many examples related to how OM contribution OM decision contribute to the OM strategy. Okay. Okay, 10 OM decision we mentioned already. So again, try to remember those are the other OM decision. So in those decision, we will go to the detail. Some decision here in our cost. For example, we will go to the detail of inventory decision. We will go to the detail of the supply chain management. We will go to the some human resource and job design in our course. We will go through some like capacity design in our one chapter. So there are several chapters that we will go to the detail. For other decision, for example, you would like to go to see, we have one more. We will go to the scheduling decision as well. So in our course, we mentioned scheduling, inventory, supply chain management, human resource and job design, and capacity design. For other, for example, how to design goods and service, how to develop quality, how to maintain the facility, etc. You can look detail into the our books to understand how about 10 OM decision and how apply these 10 decision in the future. Okay. For the difference between good and service, let's look at a little bit about good and service. Okay, as you know, good is tangible and service is intangible. So that's why when you design good and service with the good tangible, so you should have some like clearly information about dimension, about function, etc. However, service, you also have a component of service actually with the same component, but when the different customer they have a different thinking or different understanding about the service. So that's why when we design the good, it is more easier than design the service. So when you design the service, you have to investigate the customer behavior. For example, Vietnam Airlines, when they design the service for VIP customer, business customer, they have two things, okay? They have to investigate how about businessman. The businessman, he is going to pay high cost, but he doesn't have much time. So when they design the service, they have to think, okay, because he doesn't have much time, then they have to set up like a quick check-in area, okay, one lane for the check-in for businessmen. And because a businessman, he is busy, and sometimes he needs some time like a private area. So that's why in the airport they arrange like some law for businessmen with providing food and some relaxing area for businessmen. That is design the service. We have to understand who are our customers. Then we design the service suitable for different type of customer. For the same case with Vietnam Airlines, okay, they also want to try to expand, attract the normal customer. So with normal customer, they design the flow with normal check-in, with normal waiting area, etc. Okay. In the quality and other also, we have some different in our decision. We mentioned some decision, for example, about the location. The location with the good, they have to locate the factory near raw material and label. However, with the service, they have to locate near customer. Okay, that are some example in OM decision. Or example for another decision in layout design. In our layout design, for the good, they have to improve the production efficiency. But with the service, they have to enhance the product and production. Okay, they lay out how to meet the customer demand. They don't care much about the production efficiency. Okay, that are some different. Or in terms of inventory, in good they have inventory, but service they don't have inventory, because service and customer, it happen at the same time. When customer come, then the service happen. However, in good producing, they can produce in advance and keep in the warehouse. Okay, that are some different between the strategy decision, OM decision for good and service. Okay. Let's look at this one for the process design. How about the process design? We have 4 types of process design based on different different type of enterprise. We have a job shop process design. We have assembly line and continuous process design, and the last one is smart customization. Okay, so what are the difference between these 4 process? First, we look at the like a vertical. We see that varieties of product. For horizontal, we see at the volume. What is the meaning of job shop? For example, okay, machine shop, like a mechanical enterprise. They have pressing machine, so pressing machine responsible for pressing activity only. Okay, rolling machine, it's responsible for rolling activity only, right? And molding machine, it's responsible for molding activity. So in X area, X shop, X machine, they responsible for different activity. That's why they call the job shop. Okay, with different shop, they have a different like a capacity. Okay. For example, emergency room, they have a function only to meet some emergency case. Printing shop, they can do the printing duty only. How about restaurant? In the restaurant, they have a many area. Okay, cooking area, the cooking area, and receiving area. And in cooking area, they also divide some, okay, the cooker who are the like prepare food prepare, who are the like a cook, for example. So that belong to the job shop. It means focus on the duty. The second type is assembly line. Okay, assembly line, you know, X in the same line, X person responsible for the one duty. Okay, and they work together at a line. We call the assembly line. For example, about the producer, car producer, applicant, or television producer. And one example in service, that is a fast food restaurant. It works like an assembly line. Okay. The person who in the kitchen, he prepare food. The person in cashier and order area, they is in charge for the ordering and payment. Okay, and that is the assembly line. The next one is continuous. For example, a beer producer, that is continuous process. Institutional kitchen, okay, that is continuous process. And the last one is mass customization. For example, case of Dell, AP, they concentrate on the different customer, but they can produce with high volume. So that is one type of mass customization. So what are the difference between these four types? In terms of volume and number of product, we call the varieties of product. Okay. With the mass customization is new trend right now. Not only produce more product, but also can produce with high volume of the product. And with other, for example, job shop, they can concentrate on only few like low volume, but they can produce many type of product. For example, machine shop, okay, they can produce any type of product as they want, but they can't produce high quantity. You go to the restaurant, you can order any food you want, but the speed can be high. Okay. However, for like a fast food, at that moment they can give like a moderate variety of product, and they can provide moderate volume. However, for institutional kitchen, for example, for Samsung, at the lunch time, they can provide, okay, around 10,000 dish, 10,000 dish for 10,000 worker, okay. And the last case is cafeteria, where like a cafeteria at university, they can produce with, okay, many type of menu, but also they can provide with the high volume. Okay, so based on this one, when we understand the different design, then we can design our production or our service with the different design. Okay, based on this one, we would like to take a short break for a few minutes, and at that time I will prepare the list of like a group, the list of our class, and after that I will upload to the team, and we have a small like a discussion about process design, and after that I will spend 10 minutes for all of you to discuss to find the group member and discuss about the case study. Okay, now you can take for break for 5 minutes. Okay, so we would like to discuss a little bit, yeah, about the process design, and I would like to ask you, okay, some question. Let's see. Okay, so now who can give me an example about the job shop, like the name of company that follow the job shop? Can find any company that are the job shop type? Wait me a moment. Why I can't change? Okay, so okay, now who can give us some example for the job shop type? Okay, whatever you can find, like any company or any name that belong to job shop. Okay, so now in another word, I would like to ask question. Okay, for example, I have like I have a factory. Okay, I have a bread, like a bread, like a oven, or the bread, cooking bread, make bread. So what process design is belong for? Or I have like a Hanoi beer. So which process design it belong to?
Like Fico Cement Factory. An example for the job shops.
Phan Vũ, right?
Yes.
Phan Vũ. Okay, so you would like to talk about the cement factory, okay?
Yes.
So cement, with the cement factory, so which process design is belong to? It is continuous, or it is job shop?
This is job shops.
Job shop, cement factory. Okay.
Yes.
So how about the other? Okay, thank you, Vũ. Why do you think it is a job shop? I give an example again for job shop. Okay. With the job shop, they can produce many type product, but with the low volume. For example, with the mechanical company, okay, they can produce, okay, any shape, any dimension, they they can produce round shape or rectangular shape, any type of shape, any color. Okay? But with low volume, because they have a X machine, they have a different duty. Factory, it belongs to continuous because it belongs to from the beginning to the end. There's non-stop process. It goes from beginning to the end of the process. It is non-stop process. For example, steel, beer, paper, bread are with these type, they are belong to continuous. Okay, thank you, Vũ. So how about the other? Now I would like to ask, KFC. KFC is belong to which type of the process design?
KFC assembly line.
Yeah, assembly line. So how about like a 海sản phố or something like some restaurant like that? What is the process design is belong for? Or trống đồng or another many type of restaurant, it belong to which type of process design? How do you think? It belongs to job shop or assembly line or continuous or mass customization?
I think job shop.
Correct. So it is job shop because in the with the job shop, they can, with that type of restaurant, they can produce many type of menu, right? Any menu that's customer order, or even when you look at their menu, they have many type of dishes, right? However, with fast food or some like a company kitchen, there is only few dishes, okay? Some few menu comparing with the restaurant, okay? So that's good. Now I would like to ask, how about like some company like it is the same as like a coffee, like a Starbucks, okay, Starbucks. So how do you think about process design of Starbucks? How about Starbucks? It belongs to which type? With the Starbucks, it is job shop? Yes or no?
Yes.
Job shop?
Yeah.
No,
No, I think it's
No,
customization.
Customization.
Mass customization. Yeah. One idea about mass customization. Any other? Okay, actually, with the Starbucks can be job shop. It might be mass customization, or it is the same like a fast food or fast food, right? But now with the they move to mass customization because they can provide many type of menu, right? But with the high speed, with the high volume, right? And even with different customer, they can have some campaign to give the customer with different order from customer. Okay, that is the case of the Starbucks. Actually, there are many types of many case study. So I would like to remind you, understand. Okay, with this one, I explain one more time in Vietnamese. Maybe some of you still like are not really really clearly about the process design. However, with this one is really important for the other OM decision, one of the OM decision in the process design. Okay. Nào, cái phần này thì cô muốn nhấn mạnh một chút để các bạn có cái sự phân biệt giữa 4 cái loại này. Shop đấy chính là gì? Đó là bố trí theo cái chức năng của cái chỗ khu vực sản xuất ấy. Ví dụ như là nhà máy sản xuất cơ khí, đồ cơ khí, họ có thể chế tạo ra bất kỳ một cái hình dáng sản phẩm nào, loại sản phẩm nào họ cũng có thể làm được. Đấy chính là sự đa dạng của sản phẩm. Nhưng mà họ không thể sản xuất được với cái số lượng cao. Vì làm sao? Bởi vì máy dập thì họ có chức năng của máy dập, đúng không ạ? Máy uốn thì có chức năng của máy uốn. Và có những cái sản phẩm thì dập sang uốn, xong rồi có những cái sản phẩm thì lại uốn xong rồi thì mới sang dập. Chính vì vậy là gì? Là với cái chức năng của cái nhà máy cơ khí thì họ có thể sản xuất được rất nhiều các cái loại sản phẩm. Nhưng mà tốc độ không thể cao, được chưa? Bởi vì lúc đấy là nó sẽ đi chạy, nó phải di chuyển từ chỗ này sang chỗ khác, nó chạy đường vòng rất là nhiều, đúng không ạ? Tương tự như vậy thì đối với nhà hàng ấy, các bạn sẽ thấy rằng là gì? Cái nhà hàng á, thì nhà hàng họ có thể sản xuất được rất nhiều, nấu được rất nhiều loại món. Và khi vào nhà hàng các bạn sẽ nhìn thấy cái menu của họ rất là dài. Nhưng mà nhà hàng ấy thì họ sẽ chắc chắn họ sẽ không thể phục vụ là một nhà hàng, ví dụ trong vòng 1 tiếng, 2 tiếng. Họ không thể phục vụ là gì? Họ không thể phục vụ là trong vòng 2 tiếng đồng hồ họ có thể phục vụ đến độ khoảng 10.000 khách được. Đấy là điều không thể, đúng không các bạn? Với ví dụ như là với continuous ở một cái căng tin của một công ty chẳng hạn. Ví dụ căng tin của Canon hay là của Samsung, một bữa trưa một nhà máy họ lên đến khoảng hơn 10.000 đến 20.000 công nhân. Một bữa trưa họ sẽ chia ra làm chỉ có ca giờ là ca từ 10 giờ, ăn từ 11 giờ đến 12 rưỡi, chia ra làm 2 hoặc 3 ca như vậy. Với cái trong khoảng thời gian ngắn như thế, họ có thể phục vụ đến 20.000 suất ăn, được không ạ? Và như vậy với 20.000 suất ăn á, thì họ chỉ có độ khoảng 4 món thôi chẳng hạn, 4 món thịt, món cá, nhưng họ làm theo là gì? Theo continuous. Đối với KFC thì nó sẽ thuộc dạng dây chuyền. Dây chuyền đó là gì? Dây chuyền trong bếp, có người là gì? Có người là chuẩn bị nguyên liệu, xong đó thì chuyển sang cái khu vực là gì? Họ đứng nấu xong là gì? Chuyển ra để vào giá, và cái người đứng bán hàng thì chỉ có việc lấy từ giá là gì? Là đưa cho khách hàng, và khách hàng tự bê ra chỗ ngồi, đúng không ạ? Nhưng mà đối với nhà hàng thì họ sẽ phải làm gì? Cái người mà đến order sẽ phải, khi mỗi lần khách hàng đến ngồi thì cái người mà đi gọi là nhân viên chạy bàn á, cái nhân viên order thì họ sẽ đi đến là gì? Hỏi xem khách hàng đặt món gì, sau đó thì họ mới gửi cái thông tin đấy. Tức là cái người làm đặt hàng ấy thì người làm ghi order ấy chỉ có chức năng mỗi là ghi order thôi, đúng không? Còn cái người ở trong là gì? Ở trong khu vực quầy tính tiền thì chỉ có mỗi chức năng là tính tiền, đúng không ạ? Rồi người ở trong bếp thì sẽ chia ra là cái bộ phận mà đứng bếp nấu, bộ phận gọi là mua nguyên liệu là khác, đúng chưa ạ? Và như vậy là ở trong cái khu vực đấy thì họ làm theo chức năng, nhiệm vụ của từng bộ phận một. Chính vì vậy là gì? Là các bạn sẽ thấy là cái quy trình bố trí theo cái gì? Bố trí theo dòng chảy liên tục thì bao giờ nó cũng ra được cái sản lượng cao. Ví dụ các bạn sẽ thấy nhà máy bia, nhà máy sản xuất thép, nhà máy sản xuất xi măng ấy, nó cứ chạy theo quy trình liên tục, số lượng ra rất là nhiều, được chưa? Nhưng mà chủng loại thì không nhiều, được chưa? Nó chỉ có một vài chủng loại sản phẩm thôi. Và hiện nay nó có một cái loại mà ở giữa các cái thế này, đó chính là mass customization, tức là vừa tập trung vào số lượng mà lại vừa tập trung vào đa dạng hóa chủng loại sản phẩm, đúng không ạ? Ví dụ các bạn thấy là cafeteria của các trường đại học lớn trên thế giới thì nó sẽ cung cấp rất nhiều món ăn, cực kỳ nhiều món ăn giống như nhà hàng, nhưng mà cùng một lúc buổi trưa nó lại có thể phục vụ được với cái số lượng lớn, bởi vì họ đã có là gì? Sẽ có những cái compact order, được chưa ạ? Họ chuẩn bị thành những cái package đấy, và với cái package đấy khách hàng đến chỉ có việc pick từng cái pack đấy và ghép lại thành một cái order mà khách hàng muốn, được chưa ạ? Thì tương tự như vậy, trường hợp Dell và SP và hiện nay rất nhiều công ty họ cũng đã áp dụng cái hình thức mass customization rồi. Thì đó chính là một số những cái process design. Và khi mà bố trí process design thì cái thứ nhất là job shop, đó chính là bố trí theo chức năng nhiệm vụ của cái bộ phận thực hiện tạo ra sản phẩm hoặc dịch vụ. Thứ hai là theo dây chuyền là bố trí theo dòng chảy của sản phẩm, được chưa? Bố trí theo dòng chảy của sản phẩm. Cái thứ ba là continuous, đó là gì? Nó cứ chạy từ đầu đến cuối và sẽ không có cái công đoạn ở giữa những cái công đoạn này. Tức là đã chạy bia là chỉ có một đổ cái nguyên liệu từ cái tanh đầu tiên và nó sẽ chạy liên tục cho ra đến cái tanh cuối cùng. Ở giữa các công đoạn đấy sẽ không có sự can thiệp của con người, sẽ không có bê vận chuyển. Nhưng đối với job shop thì họ sẽ phải là gì? Có vận chuyển giữa các cái công đoạn, được chưa ạ? Đối với assembly line thì họ bố trí là các vị trí công việc nó rất là gần nhau, và các bạn sẽ nhìn thấy là đi vào nhà hàng với lại bố trí của cái nhà hàng fast food nó rất là khác nhau. Fast food là gì? Là bộ phận đứng nhận đơn hàng ấy, với lại quầy để đồ ăn với lại bếp ấy, nó rất là gần nhau, được chưa? Thì họ đấy là bố trí theo line để làm gì? Để họ có thể biết là gì? Là trong bếp khi nào là có đơn hàng mới thì họ sẽ chuẩn bị những cái gì. Còn đối với lại gì là trong nhà hàng ấy, thì các cái khu vực bố trí chức năng nhà, thậm chí là bếp với lại khu vực mà để gọi đồ nó nằm ở rất là xa nhau, bởi vì đấy là theo chức năng nhiệm vụ, đúng không ạ? Vậy thì họ mới mix ra một cái loại gọi là mass customization để vừa làm sao có thể đáp ứng được nhiều chủng loại sản phẩm, bởi vì khách hàng yêu cầu khác nhau thì nhiều chủng loại khác nhau với cái số lượng khác nhau, thì đó là mass customization. Vì vậy đến case của nhóm nào mà có present về mass customization thì đề nghị là các bạn cũng tập trung lấy những cái ví dụ nhiều hơn về mass customization, được chưa nhỉ? Rồi, ok. Và cái phần cuối ngày hôm nay hả?
Cô nói lại chỗ mass customization đi cô, chỗ đấy em bị giật một phát là không nghe tiếng gì luôn cô ạ.
Mass customization có nghĩa là gì? Mass là số lượng lớn, đúng không? Customize là đi theo cái yêu cầu của từng nhóm khách hàng, đúng không? Như vậy là mass customization vừa tập trung vừa vào là sản xuất ra nhiều chủng loại sản phẩm theo từng order của khách hàng, nhưng mà lại có thể sản xuất số lượng lớn, được chưa? Đấy là ý nghĩa của mass customization. Vậy họ làm như thế nào? Họ ví dụ như là Dell, bây giờ các bạn thấy là Dell cho khách hàng lên có thể lựa chọn cấu hình, và bây giờ rất nhiều những cái hãng ô tô cũng áp dụng mass customization. Khách hàng có thể lựa chọn cái cấu hình theo khách hàng mong muốn, màu sắc, những cái chức năng khác nhau. Thế nhưng mà họ lại bố trí cái quy trình sản xuất là theo cụm linh kiện, theo cụm sản xuất, để đến khi có những cái yêu cầu của khách hàng khác nhau, họ chỉ có việc lắp ráp nhanh vào và ra sản phẩm cuối cùng. Thì đấy gọi là gì? Là vừa sản xuất với cái số lượng cao và nhiều chủng loại sản phẩm. Chưa?
Đã được rồi ạ, cảm ơn cô ạ.
Rồi, bây giờ thì nếu các bạn không có câu hỏi gì thì ở trên team cô đã đặt cái file vào trên đó rồi đấy. Các bạn có thể vào đấy để xem nhóm của mình, và cô tạm chia bởi vì là cô muốn là phân chia thì chia ngẫu nhiên. nhưng mà cô vẫn chia theo hai nhóm lớp, là nhóm lớp về phân tích kinh doanh và nhóm lớp logistics, để các bạn có thể vẫn có những cái sự dễ dàng trong sự liên hệ với nhau, được chưa? Nhưng mà trong từng các cái nhóm này thì có sự ngẫu nhiên. Ví dụ nhóm 1 ở đây, ok, từng nhóm thì các bạn có thể bấm vào cái đây. Ví dụ nhóm số 1 thì sẽ ra là từng nhóm thành viên đây, được chưa? Đó. Ví dụ nhóm số 1, thành viên nhóm số 1 thì bao gồm có 6-7 bạn đây, được chưa? Tên của từng bạn thì các bạn có thể tìm nhóm của mình, được chưa? Hay là ví dụ nhóm số 1 là tuần sau sẽ bắt đầu, được chưa? Rồi, thì như vậy tuần sau các bạn là tương tự như vậy. Đấy, trong nhóm này thì có nhóm số 5 ví dụ. Okay. Các bạn cũng vào đây để các bạn biết nhóm, được chưa nhỉ? Rồi, bên nhóm lớp phân tích kinh doanh, các bạn cũng có từ nhóm 6 đến nhóm 10. Đấy. Ví dụ các bạn vào đây thì các bạn để biết là nhóm số 6 của mình có những thành viên nào, được chưa các bạn? Thì đấy là nhóm. Thì mặc dù là có phân chia ngẫu nhiên nhưng cô cũng không trộn mix hết tất cả vào để cho các bạn có thể là lúc đầu thì các bạn sẽ có thể dễ dàng hơn trong cái việc contact với nhau, trao đổi trong cái việc làm bài tập nhóm, nhưng vẫn có cái tính random ở mỗi nhóm, và đấy được gọi là nguyên tắc là fix and free location. Đầu tiên là fix có nghĩa là chia ra làm hai nhóm là fix, sau đó lại free trong từng nhóm fix, thì đấy là nguyên tắc, được chưa? Ok, rồi các bạn có thể vào lên team. Thì tuần sau ví dụ cô chỉ nhắc là nhóm 1 là nhóm đầu tiên, được chưa? Nhóm 1 là nhóm đầu tiên thì sẽ nhóm 1 thì sẽ phải làm luôn, trao đổi luôn để các bạn chuẩn bị một cái presentation nhỏ cho nhóm vào tuần sau. Rồi. Tuần sau thì đầu tuần sau thì chúng ta sẽ đi một chút của phần chương 2 và chúng ta sẽ chuyển sang cái phần chương số 3. Ok, rồi các bạn còn có cái câu hỏi gì không? Any question? Nay mệt quá đúng không? Có mệt không?
Có.
Mệt à?
Mệt ạ.
Mệt quá.
Không mệt.
Tiếp. Hả? Rồi, thôi. Lần sau hôm nay
sau buổi này cô
cho
đăng lại slide của bài này nhé cô nhé.
Ok, rồi. Sau hôm nay thì cô sẽ đưa chương 1 và chương 2 lên nhá.
Vâng.
Buổi sau chắc cô sẽ cho các bạn nghỉ, nó sẽ break ra thêm độ khoảng buổi chiều 4 tiết thì chúng ta sẽ chia ra làm. Hôm nay nghỉ một lần nghỉ thì hơi dài quá nên là chắc các bạn hơi mệt, đúng không? Thì lần sau cô sẽ break ra cho các bạn. Rồi, tài liệu thì available rồi nhá. Bây giờ thì chúng ta sẽ có tài liệu như vậy, các bạn có thể đọc sách, xem tài liệu, và những cái phần nào đối với mỗi một buổi thì đều có summary, đầu buổi lại có cái summary, vì vậy là hy vọng là các bạn sẽ nắm được luôn. Với những cái phần bài làm bài tập thì chúng ta cũng sẽ có những cái on class exercise, vì vậy là các bạn cũng sẽ hiểu được luôn bài, được chưa? Rồi. Nếu không có câu hỏi gì thì hôm nay chúng ta nghỉ nhé các bạn nhé.
Xin chào cô ạ.
Ok, bye bye các
Chào
bạn.
cô ạ.
Rồi, ok.
Chào cô.
Dạ, bye bye.
Chào cô.